Hey Coaster friends, it's Adam here from Pause Games and welcome back to Clapboard Studios. This is part 2 of our 5-hour mega episodes of all of the Build series put together. So this episode today starts at part 21 and takes us all the way through up until part 40, which finishes off this series. So if you do go to enjoy this, don't forget to give us a like down below and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all of the content. Strap in, guys, get a cup of tea, get a glass of juice, and let's go. Okay guys, so we've just about done today. So we've just added a few little details around the ride. I've added this effect here that looks like the barn has been broken through. So you're now going through this kind of this broken section of the barn. This was a comment actually that was left in one of the last videos, an idea to break through this barn. So that's what we've done. So we've added these sort of wooden pieces to both sides to give the impression that it's been broken through. I'm using a bit of the dirt effect just to give it a kind of little steamy in and out kind of effect on the broken portion just there. And then we've added a lot of lighting around. So let's jump into night just so we can see what we've done with that. So we head over to our main walkway. We've added some lighting benches and a little bit of planting around this side. As you can see, this is sort of transition from the main hub area. We're using the same fencing up here as here, so it's got a kind of thread that matches. But as you get to this point, the theming changes into wooden fencing and a different style of lighting that matches the new style of theme over here with the DeLorean racers. So we've just gone for just general lights, these posts with a lovely hanging lantern on. We've put a few around the queue, a couple on the bridge, a couple of spotlights just to pinpoint a few of the little bits of theming. I've extended this pathway just up here for now. This is going to be an expansion point in the future. So for now that is just a possible expansion route, so we're going to keep that as it is for the time being. So a bit more lighting around just to light up a few of the scenes. Same for around the actual ride itself. Just a couple of little lights just on a couple of the props and also on the rocks and scenery around the edge, just to give it a I've got something in my hand here. There we go. Just to give it a nice look in the evening. So there we go. Same for the barn over here. Just use a couple of the lights just so you can actually see the features of it even in the dark. A few lights inside again just to pinpoint the little bits of theming, and then we've lit up these scenes at the other side. So all in all guys, I know it's not much we've done today, but we have finished off the DeLorean races. This is completely done now, so thank you again for all your suggestions for this small little go-kart. I mean, it doesn't take up much room when you actually look at the grand scheme of things. It's quite a small footprint, but I think it fits really nicely in this little area. And as you can see from above now, I think the park is really coming together. So currently we've got this big dark ride to finish off. This is the Back to the Future roller coaster. This is our small, low-budget dark ride over here, and our massive main event, which is the Backlot Tram Tour. So it's going together now. You can see how much space we've got left for expansion. Haunted area over here, a further area there, and if we get a chance, we might do something around the back. But generally, guys, this is how we are going on at the moment. So first of all, let's quickly talk through what we're doing today. So as you can see just here, I am starting work on the horror themed area of the park using two of the drop tower rides that were added in the Studios pack. So the idea at the moment is it's going to be partially underground, as you can see just here. The main reason for that is they're quite high builds, quite high rides. And I didn't want the actual building itself that houses it to be sort of over towering for the rest of the park. So I built the ride systems underground to try and combat that high issue. It's roughly about half underground, half above. So in today's episode we get the first bit of the shell of the outer building in. I start work on the inner shell of the building, so around the actual ride systems itself, and also put a few of the floors in, which will house some of the theming and the scenes on the ride. I also get started on the queue line and do a very short intro scene where you enter the building as part of the queue. So only a little bit we've done today. It's about an hour and a half of work, but it's quite a big project, this one, as there's quite a lot of little elements to do. So there's obviously going to be the whole queue line, which does involve a lot of steps, and it's going to include all the ride scenes to actually get this sort of cohesive story. And then obviously there's the actual building itself to theme up, and it's going to be quite a big build, as you can see from the shots just here. So it's going to take a lot of theming. The general idea, I'm going to go for a kind of spooky mansion type feel, as opposed to like a Twilight Zone Tower of Terror style ride. It's going to be more based inside like a mansion, in like a house. The exact storyline at the moment I'm still working on, but we'll come to that. Any ideas, drop them down in the comments. I'm open to suggestions. The one thing I do want to use, which you'll see when a bit toward the end of the video when I start working on the queue line, there is a really amazing hat that came with the spooky pack, and it's used for the scarecrows, but it's a really, really nice piece, and I sort of put it on top of one of the bookshelves, and I want that hat to be the sort of focal point of this ride, so I want that to be the main feature. So that's something we'll work on as we go through the build in terms of the story. But like I said, any suggestions, please let me know down below. That's generally what we're doing in this build today. So also, let's talk about a few other things.
So the main reason why we are back now with Planet Coaster is half term is out of the way. So in the UK we've just had quite a busy half term, and due to my job, which is very much holidays and weekend based, I have had a lot of shifts and a lot of lates, and just time and work have not been helping me to make these videos. I've been exhausted, and I've also been ill as well for the last week, so I'm still recovering from that as well. So everything has been getting on top of me, and there just has been no time. But the good news is, as of today, I have 8 days off work. So I've actually booked a bit of time off. Originally it was actually for my girlfriend's holiday. She was going away with her mate, so I booked the time off to look after the dog. The dates got moved around, and then I sort of coincided it with the Jurassic World Evolution release next week, so it all kind of worked out quite well, really. So I've got 8 solid days now to start recording more content here for the channel. So there's going to be a hell of a lot of Planet Coaster over the next over the next week, and then obviously into next week we've got loads of E3 content, which I'll probably cover on here. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how that goes. But then we will be exhausting Jurassic World Evolution when that is released. I have only just pre-ordered it actually a couple of days ago. I pre-ordered the deluxe edition. Expensive. It's like 50 quid on Steam. I was amazed. It's quite pricey, but it's pre-ordered, so we'll be doing a complete video of that and a complete let's play of that as soon as it's released. But don't worry, the Planet Coaster stuff will continue. I know it's been ages since we've done videos, but we are back in this now, so we'll be continuing on with this horror ride, and then we'll get back finally to finishing the Back to the Future ride at some point. It will be done, don't worry, I'm not just going to leave it, it will be done. Then we'll keep moving on with this park. And you never know, there might even be another DLC coming out in the next month or so. So whenever that does, we'll cover that here on the channel as well. So other stuff that's going to be continuing, we'll do a bit more with Parkitect. There's quite a lot of you guys have been asking for that, and that is sort of the first game that we did cover here on the channel. So I feel as if we need to at least have a bit of a Parkitect presence. So yeah, more videos of that will be coming soon. And yeah, like I said, most of the content will be Jurassic World Evolution and Planet Coaster moving forward in the next, at least for the next month or so. So if that's the kind of thing that you like the sound of and you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel. Like I say, I'm now back, so expect content very frequently. I'm not at this at the stage yet where I think I can commit to 7-day videos again. 7 day, no, what am I saying? One video per day. However, I'm going to try my best to get as many out as I can. Especially over this week while I'm off, I'm going to try and get loads and loads of content done and scheduled in. So thank you for sticking with me. Genuinely, thank you so much everybody who's sent so many nice comments. It means so much, and I really, really do appreciate all the comments that you guys have been leaving and all your support while I've been away. And I can't stress enough how sorry I am that I've not been here, not been doing content. The momentum of the channel was really picking up pace as well, and it kind of all sort of screeched to a halt because I didn't have the time. I said I was away with a course for work. I've been really busy with shifts, like certain shift patterns. I've been doing like lates, then earlies, and like I said, I've been ill for a week as well. It's just been, everything has been awful at the moment. And I know there's a lot of things going on in the world, and everyone's got stuff going on, but I just had to leave YouTube to one side for a couple of weeks. But the good news is, like I've said, we are back, and we've got Planet Coaster content galore coming up, and I'm really excited actually, because I think sometimes it helps to have a bit of time off to really sort of get your thoughts going. I've got loads of plans for different rides for this park and other parks, so loads of creative stuff going on in my head over the last couple of weeks that I've just been waiting to get time to get back into the game to start building it. I mean, this whole plan of this ride that we're building now, this horror themed ride, has been going on in my head for about 2 weeks, going back and forth on stuff, and this is literally the first chance I've had to put that into practice and get this thing built. So let's get back to the build at hand today. I've enough waffling on about rubbish. So what I'm doing here is just putting in a little bit of a entrance facade. It's gonna the idea for this is that the side of this wall here has been broken, and you're entering the building through that broken wall. So you're kind of just entering it halfway through a house, and this first scene is going to sort of end up being a bit of like a random living room kind of house scene. And the reason why I've got this little hill that you can see here, the train work, is to just give you the impression that nature has kind of taken over this building over time. I say this whole probably been in the side of this building for many, many years. So naturally, the ground has worked its way up to that hole and then back down again. So it's going to make a lot more sense when it's finished. But that's generally the idea, is to give it a bit more of an organic feel rather than just going through an entrance door. I want this to have a very run-down, abandoned style feel. And I had this little space up here which was like just a bit of a hole in the side of the building. So I thought I'd put something creepy in there. So I've gone for the Scarecrow's head. Again, linking with that theme that I'm planning to do with using the Scarecrow hat. I just want there to be an ongoing theme throughout this building. And I thought we'll start that with this very creepy little head. Just in there, just very subtle on the outside. Those people wouldn't pick up on it, but it's just there for those who notice it. I'll just light it with a very little simple candle, to give it a very eerie effect. But like I said, more things like that. I'm going to try and drop little bits in this ride to try and, if I was doing this for real, I'd add all sorts of little things, little creepy bits of theming and levels of detail in there. And that's generally what I want to do with this kind of build as well on here. I might as well do it as if it's a real ride, and that's the general idea. So this is I say this will be the entrance really to the ride. As I'm using two ride systems, it's going to just be a normal path through here, and then at the bottom of the stairs the path then splits off into two queue lines to each of the ride systems. So that's how this build's going to work. If you're wondering why there's only one path and there's two ride systems down there, that is why. And then the same for the exit. The exit comes up and pops out at the other side of the building. But more on that another time. We'll do the exit probably last, I think, it's the least themed of these kind of rides. We may do a little gift shop, I'm not sure. We'll come to that soon. So yeah, they're just putting some random props down, and there's that hat I was talking about, that one on top of the bookshelf. It's a really good piece, and I think I want there to be some kind of symbol or some kind of feature that has a running thread through this ride, and that's what I'm going for, is that hat. So more on that again soon. Like I said, I really would like your guys' input, so any suggestions for storyline elements, please let me know down below, and I'll take them all on board. But generally, guys, that is about it for today. I do a little bit of lighting, we give it a little blue hue, but that's about it. And then I do some sort of directly above spotlights for the path to give that a sort of lit but very creepy lit look, which is the idea I'm going for in this ride. Now let's have a look at what we did in the last episode, as I didn't really go into detail of what we have done. So over this side of the park, just over here, we are starting a brand new horror themed area. Now what we are using inside are two of the tower drop rides which were added in the Studios pack update. Now these are sort of like a Twilight Zone Tower Terror style attraction. It's very much a work in progress at the moment, as you can see. However, we have just got the basics in of the queue line and the building. So generally how it's going to work is this entrance area here is going to make up part of the queue. These steps that go down again are going to continue on this indoor theme, which is a lot more like a mansion house kind of style. So that's going to come down this way into the bottom, where you split off into the two different rides. So one that way and one that way, and the exit path just heads up. So that's generally the idea. It's going to look a lot better once this is all covered up in buildings, and you're not going to see all the rock work. And then equally this whole side here as well eventually is going to get finished off, as at the moment it's all a bit sort of half done, and I need to finish off wrapping these as well. So that's what we are going to continue doing today, is do a little bit more on the queue line and a little bit more on the scenes on the ride. So let's jump into a time lapse, and I'll be back at the end with a closer look. Alright guys, so there we go. We've added a few more bits to the outside of the building, made a little bit of work here on the entrance area and done a little bit of signage, and we've now named the ride. This is Bloodsoak Manor, the ride. Now, as following through with the rest of the park, Bloodsoak Manor is going to be the name of the fake movie we've made up for this ride, and that's going to be what the theme is going to be based around. More on that in the next episode as we get into the storyline in the ride itself. This is a fictional ride in our fictional universe of movies that is based around a haunted mansion style ride. The ride system that we're using in here are two of the Tower of Terror style drop ride systems, and this is basically the start of the facade to this ride. So as I've mentioned in previous videos, we've got a little graveyard scene out here. It's all still very much a work in progress, as you can see by the building. Everything is a work in progress out here, as is the path into the area as well. So it's all very early days. But this is the entrance path, and the exit path goes off to that side. There's going to be a lot more stuff going on around here. The building's going to have a lot more work done to it to disguise the fact that there's these massive towers sticking out the top, but we'll work on that as we get through. And as I've mentioned already, the general idea for this ride is that this mansion is old, it is decayed, it's derelict, and this hole in the side of it has been here for quite some time, hence the build-up of dirt and trees around it, and this is the way you are sneaking in to this mansion. And then this hat, which is the focal point of the main entrance way here, is going to form quite a unique element to the storyline in this ride. So that's something we're going to work on today as we get into the build, as we're actually going to start working on some of the ride scenes over in our towers just over here, which we finished boxing in the last episode to give this a little bit more of a realistic look. Again, all this is going to be hidden. You're not going to see any of this. Every single bit of this queue line is going to be hidden. Everything is going to be hidden away. But just for realism purposes, we've boxed all this in. So the way it's going to work is each of these scenes, each of these levels here will have its own scene based around this ride. And there are going to be floors in this mansion, in this house. And then finally you have a big drop all the way down to the bottom. So that's generally how it's going to work. And like I say, today's episode we're going to do a little bit of work on some of these scenes. So let's jump into a time lapse, and let's get started on this Bloodsoak Manor attraction. Okay guys, right then, so let's talk through what we've done in the first scene today, and I want to talk through a bit of the storyline. So the very first scene, as you come up the first lift from the station, brings you into this corridor just here. So as you can see in the distance, there is something in the mist right over there. So as you come down, as you can see, there's some random portraits on the wall. These are just using stock weird photos that I found a while ago on the old Google. There's a couple of blowy windows as you come down. There's a bit of a thunder and lightning effect as you get closer and closer, with the noise of the thunder getting louder and louder as you get down the corridor. Just being lit by candlelight as you come down to give it that eerie feeling. And then just as you get to the end, just here, the end of the corridor, there is the hat. So again, it's just there, no explanation just yet. But just so you know, that hat, there's something a little bit odd about it, just there in the middle of the corridor. So this is where we start our first scene of the ride, just down this corridor, just here. I think it's come out quite well. Obviously, what I'm going to do off camera is duplicate the whole scene into the other side of the other tower. So I'm only going to do each scene once, as they're both going to be exactly the same. So yeah, that's the first scene done. Let me know what you think, guys. Let me know how you think we're getting on so far. But this is scene number 1 done, and I think it looks quite good. I'm liking the effects so far. I want to do it as a whole scene, just to give you the idea of where we are going with it. So today we're going to carry on more with this ride and do a few more of the scenes in the ride itself. Now, one thing I will mention before we get cracking with this video is, as of tomorrow, Jurassic World Evolution is released, so expect a lot of that content here on the channel. So for anybody who's interested in Jurassic World Evolution and Planet Coaster, please ensure you subscribe to the channel right now, like the videos, share, and all that good stuff. And any comments, queries, questions, anything like that, drop them down in the comments section below. Right then, enough of all that rubbish. Let's crack on with this video and let's jump into another time lapse. Okay, so let's talk through the scenes today. So this is the one made in the last episode. Then you go up to this floor just here, where this mysterious door opens into the abyss, and there's a lovely lightning bolt that comes down. So again, we're just teasing that little bit of storyline. There's something going on in this house, but what exactly is happening? We'll find out as we get through. So then it drops us back down past this door, past the hat, and back, and then into this dungeon scene. So a very light scene, this one, just a little bit of lighting, a couple of animatronics. But again, this is just showcasing that there is something quite sinister about this house. So that's what we've got going on just here. Then in the next scene, so let me just take you back outside. So those are the 3 scenes that we've done so far. There's still quite a few to go in this ride. We've got these 2 levels just here, and then there's also the big scene at the top, and then one more scene down at the bottom. So there's still 3 more to go. 3 or 4 potentially actually to go. No, I think it's 3. So what we're going to do in the next one is expand more on this storyline of the hat. Obviously we're going to tidy up all this mess, and that's something we're going to do off camera. So at the moment that is pretty much it. So the other thing I'm going to do as well is add a little bit of audio, do some audio recordings to give a bit more of a storyline to the ride. So again, that's something we'll do off camera, maybe insert for next time. So we've got a little bit of story and a little bit of commentary as you go through the ride. So today we are jumping back over to the Back to the Future roller coaster to get this finished, and then towards the end of the video today we're also going to get this park open, get some guests in here, and then see how the guest flow generally works in the park. Now we've got quite a few attractions. So that's what we're going to do today, guys. First of all, here's a very quick time lapse, just putting the last finishing touches onto the Back to the Future ride. It's not perfect, but it's what we're doing and it's what I've done. So this is the time lapse. Towards the end there will be a little POV of the coaster, and then like I said, towards the end of the video there will be the live action footage of opening the park. So let's jump into that time lapse now, guys. Enjoy. So there we have it. That was the Back to the Future ride and the POV. Like I said at the start, it's not perfect, but you know, in this kind of park, it's what I'm going for. It's a Revenge of the Mummy, rock and roller coaster style attraction with a little bit of theming in there. I've got the audio, the lighting, the theming, and the main facade, which is the main thing for this ride. So it's in, it's done, and that's where we are with the Back to the Future ride. So I hope you enjoyed that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we are going to get the park ready for opening. So we're going to make sure we've got enough bins, benches, that kind of thing around. Open all the rides, open all the shops, and then get the park open and see how the guest flow is. So that's what you're going to see in the next couple of minutes. A little bit of time lapse of just finishing off the park, getting some benches and stuff, and then we're going to be back at the end to get this thing open. Okay, so we're at that stage. The music is on, the rides are turned on, the lighting's in, the staff are in place. I think it's time to open the park. Here we go, guys. Let's get this thing open. There we go. We're in. So let's see all the guests flooding in. Oh my god, here they come. So hopefully the flow will be okay. I mean, there's enough attractions to spread everyone out. Oh, Jacksepticeye is coming in first. Hi, mate. Yeah, so we've got enough traffic flow, hopefully, around the park that people will naturally spread out. That's the aim. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. So let's just have a look back this way so we can see everyone as they come in. See if they all thread out naturally through the park. It's exciting seeing how everyone goes. Hopefully everyone won't go to the ride straight away. So Jacksepticeye's heading over to that shop, it looks like. Everyone else is kind of spreading out, that's good. Half and half, that's what I wanted to see. So we're already up to 150, 170 guests, so it's going up quite nicely. Jacksepticeye is just sort of chilling out over there. This is where we realise there's some path issues, which is one of the reasons why I want people in, so we can sort of see. So I think he's stuck already. So that's not ideal. Oh no, he's alright, he's sorted himself out. Okay, so we've got some people heading over to the Hollywood Tour ride. Some people heading over to this direction. Okay. So we're up to 350 guests so far. I do like the way it's just sort of a mass of people coming in. We've got food, we've got drink, we've got toilets, so hopefully that should be enough. Okay, it's spreading out quite well actually. So people are heading to the tour.
people heading to the back lot and people heading over to the 2 rides over here. So once we get the horror ride finished over that direction, we should have a really good spread. I have put some Vista points over there, so hopefully some people will go. And there are some toilets and shops as well, so hopefully they'll be over there as well. I think all the shops are open. Let's just double check. I can't really do it. There's not enough to do here. I'm going home. Well, see you later. Attractions and shops. So Horror Heights is testing, which is fine because we don't want it open. How do I get to the shops? So all the shops are open. All the facility, or some ATMs are closed. Let's open them. We haven't got any hotels yet, but we will have at some point. So there we go. So we're up to 700 guests in the park. Some people are heading into the Hollywood tour. Nobody's getting stuck, which is good, except Jacksepticeye, he got stuck, but you know, he's probably just showing off. Tram tour is heading that way. So nobody's going into the Back to the Future ride yet, which is interesting. I don't think anyone's in there, but they're going over to that. So, oh no, some people are heading over. So at least that means people are going on the rides. So that's the main thing. Where are you heading to? Free park entry or something. Oh yeah, it's Sandbox. What more do you want? That's what people in. So almost up to 1,000 guests now. Let's just make sure these go in here. So I want to make sure all the rides are working. So yes, I've put various Vista points around. I don't think people will use them. Yeah, so that's good. All the rides are going. I don't think people will really use them yet because their main draw is the rides. But once they settle in, I think they will start using them. So I've put them at all the kind of the big theming points, like the one there. There's one at the front. There's one at the sign. There's one looking at this sign over here. So I just want generally people to stand around and take photos and stuff like that. I don't really know why there's just random vendors. I don't know. Just wandering around. So we're over 1,000 guests. No one's heading that way, which I didn't think they would. So that's good. How are the queues doing? 1,000 guests. So we've got relatively walk-on queues for the rides. We've got quite a lot of high throughput attractions in here, so that should solve that problem. What about the queue for this? Okay, this one is quite a big queue, so people will probably moan about this. Okay, so it's getting a little bit busy. I think I've created a bit of a bottleneck here, so people trying to get in and get onto the ride. So that's not ideal. I don't know. There was something up with the ride over there before because people just weren't going on it. Now they're all just hanging around here. Oh, I think they are using the Vista points now. I think that's what the problem is, because the queue lines are full. Nobody knows where to go. Okay. Well, that was, to be fair, that's to be expected, but people are still coming in, so we basically need more attractions and more space, because all the queue lines are full. So what is our general guest views? Let's have a look. So they're all relatively happy, to be fair. Thirst and hunger could do with being a bit higher. But everything else is pretty much there. Queuing's not very good. Yeah, it's just generally queuing and not enough to do. So that's alright. I mean, we can sort that out in the next one. So thank you guys ever so much for watching. We are open. Whether I keep guessing for future builds, I don't know. I mean, frame rate will probably take a hit, but I just want to see how the flow works. So maybe in the next episode we'll close for, you know, annual maintenance and we'll get Horror Heights finished. So what are these guys doing here? They're just sort of chilling out. Oh, it's because everyone's trying to get down that little pathway. So we've got the haunted attraction over here to finish off, which should add a little bit more of an area for guests to go to. So hopefully that'll get rid of some of these annoying crowds of guests over here and send them that way. And then we've got plenty of place for expansion. All this pathway around here, we've got to expand all the back of the park. And then we've obviously got this section over this side as well. So there is a lot of scope for expansion, guys. So that is where we are currently with our Studios Park. And this is Clapboard Studios. Good to see you guests in, actually. So it's a little bit busy at the moment. As you can see, there are guests everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. So what I've done is I've limited the amount of guests to 1,000. So hopefully that should fill out and get some of these people out of the park. Because, yeah, it's a little bit crazy at the moment. So that's what we've done. So I've done that. Hopefully while we're building today's episode, they'll start filtering through and leaving, I guess. If not, I'll just shut the doors and then reopen again towards the end. But at the moment it's not too bad. It's just it's taking its toll on the old frame rate a little bit. But other than that, it's not too bad. So what we're going to do today is head over back to our haunted attractions over this way and do a little bit more work on that. So you haven't seen the previous episode, we completely finished off the Back to the Future ride just over here, and there's also a little POV of that in that video as well. So do check that out if you haven't done so already. And as always, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe now to stay up to date with all of our content. We've got plenty of Planet Coaster stuff. We're playing Jurassic World Evolution at the moment, and a few other games here and there. So if you do like what we do, please get involved and join our community. And as always, if you've got any queries, questions, comments or suggestions for anything, drop them down in the comments below, as this is very much a community park. So anything you guys suggest, I will put in and implement into the park. So without any further ado, let's jump into today's time lapse and get cracking with some more work on the horror attraction, which we called, well, I can't remember, Blood Soak Manor, that's the one. So this is going to be a Tower of Terror style drop ride, themed around this haunted manor. So that's what we're doing today. So let's jump in and have a look. Enjoy, guys. So there we go, the next scene is done. It is an outdoor scene that is randomly appearing in this weird house. So we've got a little bit of a graveyard, well not a graveyard, a kind of entrance area here, random door, and then right in the middle is that mysterious hat that keeps showing its head in this weird ride, just floating there in the middle of the courtyard. So that's the next scene that we've done today. So in the next episode we're going to focus more on some of the audio, getting hopefully some of these doors sequenced in so they open at the right time, and then hopefully we'll get the next couple of scenes finished. I think there's about 2 more left to do to complete this ride, then we just have to get the station area done. I've reduced the park guest maximum down to 1,000 as there was a few issues with areas where there was a lot of guests, mainly this area here. I think we can probably up it a bit more. We've currently only got 331 in the park. There's still a few guests around, so I still need to make a few enhancements. We need to put in a little bit of some janitors to sort out that. There's quite a few... Oh yeah, these toilets are pretty gross. There's quite a few issues in terms of not enough food and that kind of thing, so that's what we're going to do in the first part of this episode. Then what I'm going to do is expand up towards this way, and I might even put in a new flat ride or something over here, just so we get another ride over that area. Multiple shops are not accessible. Ah, right. So in the last one there was a couple of ATMs that I closed, that I opened. Sorry, it's these ones, part of the bank facade. I remember now. I was really confused before. Okay, so they're closed. Alright. That's that done. So, yeah, that's what we do now. Let's put in some more food outlets and that kind of stuff. So, first of all, I think we need janitors. Because the park is a little bit disgusting. So, let's put in... Let's have a look. We need at least one here. One here, one here, one over there, one over here, and one over here. That'll do us, I think. How many other employees do we currently have then? How do we have a look? How many? Right, we have no entertainers. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 janitors. Loads of vendors, which... Do we need that many? I don't know. We have 1 mechanic, so we can do another one of them. No security guards. And I do have a staff builder, but I don't think I'm going to use it. So let's put another mechanic in. Let's put in 2 security guards, just because, you know, nice to have. But not blueprints. And then let's have... let's have a couple of these guys. You can be there wandering. You can head over here to the ghosty area. There we go, wonderful. Now why are they all following each other? That's just ridiculous. So, food. So what do we have then? I thought I had enough food places. Maybe we don't. So we've got a coffee shop there. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we haven't built enough food. Where can we fit in food? That is the question. I've been to... There's a load of benches. Yeah, maybe I've been a bit too thingy with food. Let's put in a little food place over here. I know it's a bit far out of the way, but it gets people around this way. And let's do it in a kind of barn theme to match the area. So let's move some of these out of the way a second. Move you over there as well. And you can go there. Right. So let's put in a food place. So what do we need? Let's go for hot dogs. That's a little bit more of a... Oh wait a minute, I don't want to be on that grid. I want my own grid, please.
to be a little bit away from the path. About there. That's good. Hot dogs, wonderful. So, let's do it, like I said, in the style of the little barn, so it matches this area. So, let's go for the wood. I think that'll be nice, little wooden shack. If I can find it, where are we? So, not that one. Or maybe that kind of wood. Possibly. Yeah, that'll do us. It's only going to be a little build. In fact, I don't think we need to do that big. Let's do that. It's only a little shack. There. We can put some kind of roofing on it, I suppose. Whether we need to, I don't know. Let's like one of them. On each side so it matches. And then I think we'll just go for one of these. The back, I think, is a bit, that's in the wrong place at the back. In fact, I don't think we need that. I think we'll just have one of these instead. It's a better colour. There we go. Got some kind of flat roof, just so it's at least covered. That might clip through, so let's do our own roof. Let's do our own with a window. Yeah, let's use that one. Okay, so once we've got this in, at least that gives us a little bit of scope for food. And then, like I say, we'll probably put in a flat ride over near the haunted attraction, just to give us another little ride over the other side of the park. Because at the moment it's a little bit too busy around the sort of central area. There's not much for them to do, so at least that way we'll have enough scope. So there we go. There is a lovely hot dog squad. Nobody's going to it yet, which is probably because it's quite far out of the way. But let's put a little bit of decoration on it. Alright, there we go. So that's now open. Wonderful. Like I said, I don't think people use it just yet because it's a bit far from us to come. But at least we've got that in preparation now, and it kind of fits. It's just a little bit there, it's out of the way, but it blends in with the area, and that's what I want. It's just to blend nicely. The path is connected, I believe. Double check. Yeah, the path is connected, so if they want to head over there, they can. Right, so that's enough of that one. Right, let's jump over then to this side, and let's think what we want to do. I've got a feeling we can put in a little flat here. People are saying they're thirsty, but again, I think I've got food and drink. Oh, there's just toilets in here, so we could do with another little drinky place. We could put a little haunted shop here. In fact, let's do that, similar to what we've just done, but in a haunted style. Okay, that's that. Back to building. So quickly add in a window or something in there. An old window. Look, that one up on. No, a bigger one. There, be that one. There we go. Okay, so now at least people can't moan there's no food and drink. Whether they use it is a different story. So why are... Okay, they're all pretty unhappy. Oh, the park's still closed, that's probably why. Let's get the park back open. And cap it at 1,000. Hunger and thirst. Well, they could use them easily. the option is there. They're just not taking it. We could maybe do some more around this front entrance. So what have we got in here then? Let's just double check. I think we've got pretty much one of everything in here, as well as some spare staff, which we don't need, so you can go. Oh, I like the way they'll weigh you. That's cute. Yeah, so we've got most food in there. And I know the path works because I remember doing it. So that's that. We've got information booths over there. In here we've got what we got? Gulpy and like a milkshakey place, so that's good. We've got 2 coffee shops. Over there we've just put in that drinks, and then over there we've got that new hot dogs shop. So in terms of food and drink, it shouldn't be too bad. I don't know why they're sort of saying it's really as dire as it is. I don't think it is. It's going up slightly. Toilets, again, we've got toilets there, toilets round here, and one round there, I believe. Unless they're getting stuck, but I don't think they are. Right, so everyone's coming in again. I said I've capped it at 1,000, so hopefully that should be enough. Right, let's look for a flat ride. I'm sure there's like a horror looking flat ride that we can have. Maybe something like Gears of Fear or something. What does that look like? See, that could kind of fit. If we put it in its own little area here. I think it would work. Let's flatten a bit of terrain. So I want it around there. There's a bit of room behind for the rocks. I want to work this kind of in. Okay, entrance and exit pretty much at the front. Let's get you testing. It kind of fits the theme. I mean, not exactly, but I mean, kind of opposite this entrance here, so we can link it into that. Like I said, in terms of terrain, I want to have this quite a lot of rock work around this ride. That's what I want it to be. Like that. What's that ride called? Fantasia. Is it Talican or something like that? Where you've got like the rocks and fire and stuff. That's ideally what we're going to go for here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump into a time lapse while I'm putting a bit of work into this. So I'll come back at the end and sort of show you what I've done with it. But that's generally the idea for today. So let's jump into a time lapse. Right, so there we go. We've got in our brand new flat ride. I still need a name for this ride, so if you've got any ideas, drop them down in the comments below. But yeah, we've got this kind of horror theme. I mean, it's got a kind of sinister feel to it, so it kind of fits in this kind of area. But we've gone for, so like I mentioned at the start, there's I think it's in Phantasialand or somewhere like that, there's a ride called Talican. And it's basically one of these kind of style rides in a massive big rock theming structure with fire, water and all kinds of effects. So I've kind of took inspiration from that, but we've added in some kind of lava and magma effects around the rock work around the edge, as you can just see sneaking through. And we've got some random fire blasts and other bits of effects going on. So here is what it looks like in the evening. So there we go. Let's get down to a better view. So this is what it looks like at night. I think it looks pretty decent. It's very minimally lit, and I've done that on purpose. So the fire is the sort of main focus. And we've got these little pits of lava as well around the edge. Really subtle, but they are there. And in terms of the queue line, again, very subtly lit through a bit of rock work and just natural terrain. And yeah, generally that is the ride. So like I said, drop us down any ideas you've got for names in the comments. The other thing that we've done today as well is I've just done a little bit of work on this main path that takes us into this horror area. I've expanded it out a little bit. There's still a little bit of work to do. Basically, it starts here now, across this way, comes up through here. There's that gulpy shop that we made at the start of this this episode. There's a few little bits and pieces I need to do, like I need to tweak that slightly, just to move that over. There we go. So that's that one done. And there's a random rock here which we can probably shift out of the way. Let's move him over there a bit. There we go. It's awesome. Okay, so like I said, we've got this main pathway now which leads up towards the Blood-Soaked Manor, which is going to be the main attraction for the park, which we will finish in the next couple of episodes. One pathway up here to get to these toilets. This is the main path that takes us into the Drop Tower ride just here. And then off in the distance, just over this direction, we've got this brand new flat ride, which sort of hugs this little area of the park quite nicely and sort of caps off this corner. Now, onto this side of the park, so we're going to continue on the frontage of this house. This is going to make up the kind of front door here, which we're not going to be using. As like I said, part of the theme for this ride is going in the side entrance. So yeah, the main, what would be entrance to the manor house will be around here, and we'll do that as a theming facade for this part of the park. So this horror area is going to just make up these two attractions. With this area here, I think we'll put in maybe a food outlet or something over this direction, and then that will cap off the horror themed area. It's got quite a long walkway just there, and that's done kind of on purpose to split out the park a little bit and get some people moving around. We have got a bit of wasted space there. I might put in some kind of food or restaurant or something in this back portion, but I'm still open for ideas, so let me know what you think we could put in there, guys. Also, I need to carry on theming the side of this show building just here as well, but again, we'll just expand this building further along to give the impression that it's maybe like a wood fence or something. I don't know, I haven't decided quite yet, but that will be extended eventually. And in today's episode we are going to carry on with something within this area, but something a little bit different. Before we do all that and I'll explain what we're doing, let's talk about this ride that we made in the last episode. So I did ask for your guys' name suggestions, so massive thank you to everybody who submitted some name suggestions in the last video. I have decided on the name for this ride, taking a few suggestions and tweaking it very slightly. The name we've gone for this ride is Spinferno. So that's what we've called it, and that's the main logo sign just up there. So that's what we've done here. We've created a brand new ride in this area of the park, and that is how it looks from basically a distance. So there we go, that's that. So as I was talking about before, what we're going to do today, so I'm going to come back to this big dark ride in another episode, as I'm
I'm still wanting to spend a little bit more time on that. But that's something we'll finish off very, very soon. But we're going to stick on this area, and we're going to find something to put in this little spot over here. Now, I'm thinking, I've not got anything in this park yet which constitutes as like a show venue. So I'm thinking of maybe putting in a very small little venue here. That'd be kind of like a meet and greet, maybe a small show. So we've got quite a bit of space. So that's what we're going to do in today's episode, is start building a kind of stage and generic show venue in this little spot. So that's what we're going to do today. So let's jump into a time lapse of putting it together and see how this works out.
Okay, guys, so we've had a little bit of a go at our first show venue for this park. At the moment, it's called Gary's Adventure. I couldn't think of a name for the show. So, yeah, any ideas, let me know in the comments, because I couldn't think of anything. Showtime's board just on the outside, and when we get inside just here, we've got the grand stage just there. Now, I still need to do a little bit of work with this top section. I'll probably turn this into billboards, just so it looks a little bit less jarring, because this black's a little bit dodge. So in here we've got a couple of lighting towers either side. I've put a couple of shops in here. Imagine this is sell like popcorn, drinks, that kind of stuff, just as these kind of shows would have. I've made my own little bench seating in here, but these have got real benches inside. So in theory, guests should come in and sit down in these. I might need to put in a food venue just to get people in here with food to make them sit down, but that's something we'll figure out once we get more people in the park. In terms of the stage itself, we're using a lot of billboards, a big screen at the back, just some light theming, so it can be a sort of multi-use stage that can host a variety of shows. Here's Gary, look, firing his little arrow. We've got some speakers towards the side, and then just a few little bits on the stage. It's a bit cluttered, to be fair, at the moment. I need to really do a better pass at this. We've got some behind the scenes stuff there, as well as some lights over there, and also a lot of lighting rig just on the other side of that front panel. So it's coming together. I mean, it's not finished just yet. I do want to do a little bit more work on it. I might roof it over as well. Put a roof on that for if there is ever a bit of rain. But generally, that is about it for that stage area, and I think it fits relatively well. I mean, I still need to sort of hide it a bit better from the pathways, but generally, because of the way the trees are over there, you can't really see it from this pathway into the spooky area. I just need to put a bit more foliage down the bottom just to cover up the base, but I think it blends in quite well, and it gives this area a reason and gives this space a purpose now. Before there was no it was just wasted space. I'll tar it up a little bit better around this angle as well, just to give it something so it doesn't look just like a brick wall. Theme that up somehow. But generally, I think it's worked out quite well. I think I'm going to make this wall a little bit higher at the front, just so you can't see the stage from the outside, and maybe cover it with some kind of foliage or something as well. But generally, guys, that is today's episode. That is our grand stage, grand theatre, Gary's Adventure show thing. I don't know, weird one today, guys. So yeah, let me know what you think down below. Any questions, queries, comments, and suggestions, as always, drop them down. I'll try and look and answer every single one of them. And if you've got any, and if you like the video, please drop us a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. So in the next one, we'll probably get back over to the horror area and finish off this ride. It'll probably take a couple more goes to get this done, and then we'll think about moving on to the next area. I'm thinking maybe a water ride, as we haven't got anything. We haven't got a water ride in here yet, so I'm thinking maybe a rapids, as like a themed rapids ride. So any ideas you've got, guys? If you think that might be a good idea, let me know, and I'll sort of start making notes for the rapids, which I think I might put. We'll probably put it over this way. I think maybe this back section over here we might have the rapids just beyond the Back to the Future area. But again, I'm open to suggestions, so if you've got any ideas, drop them down below. So what are we going to do today? So I'm going to do a little bit more work on the stage that we started in the last episode a few weeks back, and then we actually get started on a new attraction today. So I've been teasing it for a while, but we are going to make a rapids ride. So the theme of this at the moment, I'm a bit unsure. Maybe go down a kind of Jaws and a kind of animal attack type route, but that's something we'll figure out down the line. But today I get a little bit of the terrain work and the actual ride layout in itself. So let's jump into the time lapse and have a quick look at what we've done today. Okay, so let's have a closer look at what we've done. Let's start off with the grand stage. So we've used some of the new vintage pack pieces to just make this little entrance archway a little bit nicer, and we've also duplicated the show times, and it just adds a little bit more class to the entrance. So as we get inside, as you can see, we've done quite a little bit of work on the stage. Changed the colour at the top, added some more details, some new lighting, and also again added some new pieces from vintage to give it a little bit of a better look. And we've used these kind of pier pieces as support for the roof, and I think it looks a lot better. So if we come back out, I've also added a few extra lights down the floor. So yeah, I think it's all in all, I think it's come on a lot better than before. We've also raised up the wall at the side, so you get a better view when you're outside. You don't see, you don't get a view basically of the stage, which is what I was going for. We've put this little trim around the edge, again from vintage, and I think it just adds a little bit of just a little bit to the building. Again, it doesn't need to be too themed, it is just there to block the view, but we might put a few more details on that down the line. So that is the grand stage complete. Still need a name for this show, so if you've got any suggestions, drop them down in the comments. And then let's move over to the Rapids. So this is, like I say, something that we've been teasing for a while, and I've just about got the layout in. So it's going to head over this section of the park. So if we zoom out and have a look, it's just going to take up this corner. There is going to be a lot of rock work around the drop section here, and to sort of cap off this back area. And then this section here is going to be where there's going to be some kind of storyline, and then this bit will be where it all finishes off. So I'm thinking maybe like a shark attack, a couple of like boat scenes, and then maybe sort of like a big finale with some fire and water effects and that sort of thing. But that's something we'll start working on next time. But the general layout, it starts with a nice little easy drop, goes through a rapid section into the lift hill, a nice slow section which will go through the mountain just here, and there'll be a little scene in there, down into the main drop, which comes around this corner nicely, into this random scene here, and then back into the station at the end. So a very simple layout, but once we get the theming in there and the storyline, it'll look a lot better. So that's it for today, guys. We'll do a little bit more work on this in the next episode, and don't worry, I will get back to the horror ride at some point. I just need a little bit more inspiration before we finish that off. So today we're continuing on with our Rapids ride build. We're going to stick in some theming, do a little bit of work on the station, and try and get this ride pretty much finished. So that's the plan. So as always, if you like this kind of content, simulation games, Planet Coaster, theme park building, consider subscribing to the channel to stay up to date with all of our content. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give us a massive like down below, as it really does help us out. And again, as always, if you've got any questions, queries, comments or suggestions, don't forget to leave them down below and I will answer every single one. So enough of all that stuff, let's get into the video, and here is today's time lapse.
Hello guys, welcome back. Okay, so I didn't do as much as I'd planned today. The main reason for that is the rock work. So I've kind of changed, well, not changed my mind, but I'm basically going for a slow introduction to this ride. So let's jump all the way back to the start and I'll sort of go through my plan for this ride. Okay. So we're in the station. As you can see down this first drop here, I've done a little bit of rock work. Now my plan, and it's going to take me absolutely ages, and this was a kind of test, is I want a themed trough around this entire ride. So I want rocks all the way around, covering up the actual trough way in the rapids. So it's going to take me an absolute age to do this. So that's why I'm not going to be able to finish the theming on the ride in this episode like I thought I would. A lot of this rock work I will probably do off camera because it's very tedious to watch. But you've seen in this very short time lapse today the technique I'm using to just sort of make this look alright. Obviously there's a bit of work I need to do like that. I need to just move some stuff around. But generally that's what I'm planning to do with this ride. So that's why it's taken a little bit longer. So there's not as much done as I'd hoped. So I'll talk you through what we've done so far, and I'll just go through the gist of the storyline. So first of all, I've done quite a bit of rock work around the ride. So it starts with this kind of little wrap around the station, and this will become a full building in the end. But I wanted a bit of rock work here just to block this view for the rest of the ride, as I want this to be quite hidden. So if you look on pretty much anywhere from the rest of the park, you don't really see it, and that was kind of the angle I wanted to go for. I wanted it to be quite mysterious and very much a themed experience. Very much just an on its own ride, with no interference from anything else. So that's the main thing I've done today is the terrain. So you come down this first drop into a very short scene just around this corner, where there's a little bit of theming on the side and the first animatronic, just to get used to the fact there's a few animals around. So he's just resting on some rocks. Next up we head into Hippo Lagoon, which is again just I've done a little bit more rock work around here, and again I will join all this up eventually. In here we've just got a couple of the animatronics. One of them's knocked over the fence just here. There are a few in the water. I mean, because of the rocks you can't really see them very well, but they are there. I mean, the height on the boat, you will get a little glimpse of them through this section. And like I said, more rock work at the edge, just to hide the fact that there is a ride trough there. Obviously this bit, I'm not going to hide the wood, but that's fine. It kind of adds to the theme of the ride anyway, like a raging river. So that's what we've done pretty much so far in this episode. I know it doesn't look like much, but there's quite a bit of terrain work there and quite a lot of rock work. So to move forward with the rest of the ride, I'm going to put a little bit of a scene around here, which will be the first attack scene before we go into the hill. I'm not sure what animal to use yet. It probably will be a shark because I've got quite a bit of open space, so I can sort of simulate the sea in this area just here. And again, it keeps it very secluded. There's no other area. There's nothing else around this area of the park. So I've got quite a bit of space to play with. So that's what we'll probably do in this little section here. Again, using the rocks all the way around to block the view from the rest of the ride. So as you're coming through this section, you don't see the lift hill, you don't see any of the rest of the ride through here because it's all blocked from the terrain. So then moving up into the lift, I'm still going to have all this indoors. This is going to be a big rock structure in the middle that you go into pretty much from this lift hill onwards. So it'll tie in the whole ride together. And it also means you won't see sort of the back of this or any of this, any of the rest of the park from here, because obviously it's quite high up and you can see all these buildings. So with this being indoors, it would block that view. So all this section will be indoors. You'll come down this into another scene around this area, and then one final attack scene at the end where whatever we decide to attack us, we will defeat and win. Maybe have some explosions and water effects and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, apologies for not doing as much in this episode as I thought I would, but I have just changed my mind as we've got through this. So like I said, there's quite a bit of terrain work, quite a bit of rock work, and we have got sort of the first, I don't know, quarter of the ride in, up to this sort of point. So the very first scene is in, and it sets the tone for the rest of the ride, I think. So today we are continuing on with our rapid ride, and I've done a little bit of work off camera, so I'll show you that first before we get into today's time lapse. But before we do anything, if this is the sort of content you like, theme parks, simulation games, rapid ride, rock work stuff, then consider subscribing to the channel to stay up to date with all of our content. We upload most weekdays, and it's mainly Planet Coaster stuff from various different projects. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, please subscribe to the channel and don't forget to like this video. So let's have a quick look around. First of all, what I've done off camera. So firstly, I made a start on this rock work in the last episode, and I've actually finished it off. So now the whole scene that we did last time has been complete, so the trough has been covered up with the rocks. So I wanted to give a themed trough kind of look to it throughout the ride. As you can also see, I've added a little bit of mist effects to the edge, so it kind of adds to the mystery of this first scene, and also gives just a little bit of detail to the area. So as you come down here, as you can see, the rock work has been complete all the way around. I have lifted up the first animatronic and the rock work here, so you can actually get a better view of this lovely little dormant crocodile, which is just there on the right. And again, more mist and smoke effects, so it comes through. It's a really sort of relaxing entrance to the ride. I've moved a couple of the signs over here so you can get a better view now the rock work's in place. And again, just added a few extra bits and pieces over here, like a bit more mist, some of the blowing leaves effects, and then, like I say, just touched up the rocks. So that's what I've done off camera. What we're going to do today is start the first scene over here, and then also get the rock work and the cave structure in for this big drop here. So that's what we're going to do. Before I jump into the time lapse, I will just say that everything you're about to see, I have already actually done. I've had to do it twice. So basically, I had the dreaded Planet Coaster crash this morning. So I was about 2 hours worth of work. I did all this rock work. I did a nice big scene here with a couple of sharks. I put all this rock work in here, and I was just adding a little bit of scenery down there, and it all crashed. I lost everything. It didn't auto-save. So yeah, I've lost everything. So I've just jumped back in, I've just redone everything I did up this way, and we're starting the video again. So I still have the footage, but there's absolutely no point in showing you that because it's gone. There's no save of it. So we're going to try and recreate what I did about an hour ago, and yeah, that's what we're going to do today. So we'll get cracking, and here is a time lapse. Okay folks, so the next scene is in, and we've also added some triggered effects as well. So let's just quickly look through the area that we've done so far. So we've made a lovely little tropical kind of opening here. Now the idea that I'm going for is that this is kind of like a dock or some kind of area where there's a nice bit of nice big body of water that expands out into that little cave system over there. And basically what happens as you're approaching this this dock here, you see a shark just come across this way past the boat that's already been attacked, and it jumps just here and then disappears. You don't see it again. So as you go around this corner and just into here, as you come round, there is a lovely shark attack that happens just here on the right hand side. So let's get a boat in here and I'll show you how the triggers look. Okay, so we are on the boat, just entering the area that we've been working on today. So as you approach here, you'll see that there is a lovely shark that comes past, just in the distance. Lovely splash. It's like, oh no, where is it? And then you come around this corner, and there is the shark attack. So let's get a better view of that from off the ride. See it in a little bit more detail. So here we go, as the approach, and here comes the shark. And then around this corner, and there he is. And then it leads up into the indoor section. So other than a little bit of vines at the entrance just here, I haven't done anything inside there yet. That's what we can do in the next one. But generally guys, this is the main attack scene. So in terms of the story of this ride then, this scene that plays out here is taken straight from a scene from the movie that this ride is based on. I haven't come up with a name for the fake movie just yet, so if you've got any suggestions, do let me know. But yeah, generally that's the idea. So this is sort of like you are living a movie scene. We have added a few little bits of lighting as well to the scenes, as you'll see just here. So it is nicely lit up in the dark, and then we've got a bit of strobe on the actual attack shark round this way. So I'll just show you that before I sign off the video. There we go. So that is today's episode, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it. Like I say, apologies is not as much done as I'd hoped, but that crash did cost me a good couple of hours worth of work that I've had to completely redo. Oh, actually, let's save before we do anything. So let's first jump in to have a look at some of the stuff I've done off camera. So the past couple of days I've been jumping in half an hour here and there, just adding a few bits to this. And I've also been listening to your guys' comments. So a few comments have mentioned that the rocks were looking a little bit samey as it goes along, and I advise putting a colour in there, so I've taken it on board. Thank you for the suggestion, you're absolutely right. So I've added a few different types and colours of rock along the route, just to break it up a little bit. And I think it was alright. I could do more, and I think I will go back and do a bit more. But for now, I think it does work quite well, and does detract a little bit from the fact that it is the same rock repeated over and over. So yeah, thank you for that. I've also done a little bit more rock work around this whole section here, which is the scene that we worked on in the last episode. So all this rock work is now complete, and again using the two different colours. The scene is still, it plays out exactly as it did before. The shark enters from that way, jumps here, and there's a second hand trike around this corner. I've also added a hole underneath to the actual trough, and you're never really going to see it, but it's just from this one angle here that you get to see that. So I wanted to make sure it was immersive, so that whole area has now been covered in rocks. And you can see I've done a little bit of work on the actual cave entrance itself. So we've added some more mist, some smoke, we've added some vines and sort of whatever they're called, these things, like seaweed, this stuff. So we've added all these trees and logs and that kind of thing to make it look a bit decrepit, and then you go into something a little bit
I don't know, dark, dangerous, dingy. I'm not sure. And I've also covered the whole of the mechanism underneath there as well. So you basically just get the wooden structure of the lift hill. Which again, in terms of the actual story of the ride, I don't know why that's there, but at least the trough is pretty much covered. So that's what we've been working on. I've had a little bit of, I've had some trees all the way around the edge as well to just add a little bit to the area and sort of make it look, well, like it would be. It's like a cove, an oasis. That's the idea we're going for. So, what we're going to do today is jump into a time lapse now, and we'll do a little bit of work inside, and then do a little bit of work towards the end scene of the ride. The plan is probably to get this finished within the next episode, so we'll do a fair chunk today, and then in the next one we'll finish off like the station and get it just completely capped off, do a full lighting pass and all that stuff. So jump into a time lapse now, guys, and yeah, we'll start putting in some of this indoor scene.
Okay guys, so I've jumped onto a POV inside the boat so we can have a quick look through what we've actually done today. So I've put a lot more of the torches and theming for the initial lift hill just here. So there's loads of this seaweed and vines, we've got some tree trunks and tree roots all up here. I think it's turned out really well just using the torches to light the way. A couple of them I've left sort of extinguished, just add a little sense of realism there. But I think it works really well with just having these torches and the low fire light in this area. And we've got a few sort of big set pieces like the old head and the statue arms there that have been taken over by the trees and the roots. And then the first of our kind of animatronics in here, which is the scorpion attack just there on the left. Now coming around into some more of the sort of torches into the cave, I want there to be a kind of mysteriousness around the drop. So that's why you've got this kind of smoke, and then the lights come on to illuminate the eyes, and then you see the big skull in front of you. And then that drops you straight down through the smoke into the kind of lava caverns and the lava field at the end. With that pretty much sums up what we've done today. So we've added quite a fair bit, and like I said, I did quite a bit off camera as well. But the ride is pretty much there now, so in the next episode we've just got to finish off the sort of end scene of the ride, which will be in this kind of location down here, just to cap off this kind of, I say storyline, but something will go in this area just to bring it all home. And then also we've just got to finish off the actual queue line and the station building, as well as this scene. And then that will pretty much get this ride capped off and complete. So today we're going to finish off the Rapids ride, which we've been building in the past couple of episodes. We're going to get the last scene in, the station's going to be complete, we're going to put the queue line in, and this ride is going to be finished by the end of today's episode. We'll do a whole lighting pass, throw in some music, and just get this thing done. So that's what we're going to do today. So let's jump into a time lapse. Okay, so we are pretty much done with the rapids. So yeah, the queue's in, the station is in, the end scene's done. So yeah, all we need now is a name. So if you can think of a name for this ride, something to do with the theme. It's a very adventure. There's animals attacking. It's very much a kind of it's got, I don't know. You've seen the ride. You've seen what we've done. Can you think of any names? So in the next episode, we're going to start by naming this ride, putting in the entrance sign, and then this is pretty much going to be done. I'll probably do a full POV in the next episode, and then what we are going to do, now this is all complete, is head over and finish off the horror ride, which is over that way. The horror dark ride, which is basically a Tower of Terror style attraction. We're going to jump back into that one in the next episode and get that finished. So first of all, let's just check what we've done today. So this is the end scene that we've put in just here. It kind of is just a nice casual end to the ride. You've come down this sort of lava sort of cavern, lava field area. Then it comes back around this way, back into some water. We've got a little bit of water effects around, a few alligators and whatnot, and then some triggered sharks just pop up just toward the end here. Very light themed, and we've got some lighting in there as well. And then that brings you back up into the station. Now the actual station itself I've kept quite open, as I wanted it to be very much an open station like this. We've put in a wood lift here just to give the impression like that's controlling the actual lift hill. And we've boxed in a lot of the queue line and the path in, just to make it look a little bit better. So that's generally how we've done with the station, and it will come out quite well actually. I mean, I didn't want it to be overly complicated. I did want it to be quite light. In terms of the queue line, it's got a little bit of a cattle pen in the centre just here. Again, various light theming, trees, foliage, and a few gems, and just little hints towards what the ride is going to entail. I've opened it up, guests are heading on. So yeah, the rapid is pretty much done. So thank you guys to everyone in the comments who's made suggestions throughout this build. There's been a few people who've suggested things like putting in the lava and certain aspects. And one person, I can't remember your name, so sorry, you'll know who you are, did mention ages ago they want to see a Jaws style ride in this park. This is my Jaws style ride. Okay, I'm not going to do a complete recreation of Jaws. This is my Jaws style animal attack rapids. Now the rapids themselves are the main feature of this. The theming is kind of just secondary, but this kind of park would have a little bit of extra theming in there, which is what we've done here in this rapids. So today we're doing a little bit of everything really. We're doing a bit of work on the rapids area. So we have named it as well. It is well, we'll show you in a couple of minutes at the end of the video, but we do name that today. I'm doing a little bit of work on the dark ride, so the haunted drop Tower of Terror style ride. A little bit of work on the queue to that, not much, but a little bit. We do a bit of work to the stage, and then just various little bits of path work and putting in some new buildings. So it's a little bit of a random episode today, but we do get a few main bits done. So here is the time lapse of everything. I'll be back at the end just to go through a little bit more detail what I've done today.
Okay, so we'll start down here. The first thing you'll notice is the mountain itself in the background for the rapids has been heightened. So a few comments and a few people mentioned it should make it a bit higher so you can see it as like a vantage point for the park. Completely agree, so thank you for all those comments, and that's what we've done, made it a little bit higher, so now you can see it, and it gives a really sort of impressive approach to the rapids. Here we've added a new toilet block and ATM, as a few people were struggling with money. We've fenced off this area with some rocks, added a little bit of a water feature over here. We've added some new vending machines and theming around this area and some new fences to either side. We've done a little bit of a themed pathway here. We're using some of the sort of Mayan ruins into the flooring and also added some random props around the edge. And like I mentioned at the start, we have named the ride and it is now called Raging Spirits River Adventure. So that's what our rapids is now called. We've added this little bit of water feature on the outside and it's quite popular, as you can see from the queue. I have upped the park capacity to 2,000, as now we've got a few more rides in here and open. It's sort of spreading out the guests quite a lot better than it was before. So now the queues are pretty much near enough full, but it's a lot more manageable. So that's what we've done over this side of the park. I've also filled in a few of the random bits of building, like that show building there has now got a facade on the front of it. And we've also done the same at the entrance to the horror area just over here. Okay, here we are. So yeah, we've done a little bit of work on that. It's just a facade. That's all we've done there, just to add a little bit of texture to that side of the building. And then we'll work up that way in 1 second. Before we do that, I'll just show you the changes that we've made inside of the theatre. We jump over the wall. It's only very minor. All we've done is added some people who are sat down watching the show, and we've just used some of the vintage stage as the actual show itself, and some vantage points down here just so people come in and take photos and stuff. So yeah, they are now at home inside the grand stage, and we've also updated the show name to the Vintage Band. As it's a bit more fitting than Gary's Wild Adventure, or whatever it was called before. So there we go, that's what we've done inside of the stage. So moving on to the next area today, what we've done is a little bit of work inside the Bloodsoak Manor Dark Ride. I still need to get the actual ride finished, and that's something we'll work on soon. But today I've done a little bit more work on the queue line. It's really fiddly stuff, this, but I'm basically just putting in the actual walls and stuff around the stairs. I really didn't make it easy for myself. But all we've done is added this small little corridor here that just runs down to the bottom of the stairs down that way. And then we'll finish off the rest of this build very soon. I mean, that's what it looks like from the outside. Awful, janky, horrible, but we're getting there. So this is something, again, we will finish off soon. I'll keep coming back to it, I think, as we're building other stuff. So in terms of the rest of the park, this is how we're looking at the moment. So we're getting quite a good overview, as you can see, and quite a good amount of rides in there, especially now we've got the Raging Spirits water ride over here. But it does leave a good chunk of space here. So I want your guys' suggestions. What do you think we should build over this side of the park? Drop them down below and let me know what you think. And that's the next area we're going to work on. Getting a new ride over here and also finishing off this dark ride. Today we're starting over here at Spinferno in our horror themed area, which we've still got this dark ride over here to finish off. No work on that in today's episode, unfortunately, but we will get back to that soon. But what we are starting work on today is a brand new area. So just beyond Spinferno, just here, you may notice there is a brand new pathway and there is something in the distance. So we are starting work on a brand new sci-fi area in today's episode. So let's jump into a time lapse of putting in the entrance, some theming and the first ride. And then at the end I'll show you in a little bit more detail what we've done today.
Okay, so let's have a quick look at what we've actually accomplished in today's episode. So we've started work on this sci-fi area. I still need to do a little bit of work on this transition period between the horror theme and the sci-fi. This corner helps, as it gives it a good sort of separation between the two areas. But as you come through, the main entrance is this airlock sort of theming area, where we've got some lights, some random bits of theming, and using some effects here as well. The path is split up into 3 different directions, so you go through airlock 1, 2 or 3, and then this brings you out into a lovely view of the brand new flat ride. So I wanted there to be some kind of flat ride in this area, as well as a dark ride, which we will get onto soon. I still need some ideas, so if you've got any ideas what kind of dark ride you want in this area, let me know. Whether it's going to be a coaster, a dark ride, I'm not sure yet, but any ideas you've got, please let me know down below. So moving on to the flat, which we've called X-Scope Space Adventure, as you can see just here. So we've got the entrance sign just in very simple signage, just using the in-game assets, and then just the general bits of theming. I mean, this is the best one that fits this sort of style that we've got going on around the entrance here. So yeah, this is X-Scope. Now obviously in the dark, this area looks quite nice. We've done a little bit of thematic lighting around, as you can see from this angle. We've lit up the ride, and there's some various little things pinpointed out as you walk around the area. So it's coming on quite nicely. That is a good start, I think, for this area. So here it is from above. There we go. And we'll jump back into day, and we can just see a little bit more detail. So there we go. So we've still got a little bit of work left to do on this entrance plaza. Like I say, the transition period just up there we need to do a bit of work on. We need to finish up the fencing and do the fencing around the queue line. But all in all, I think it's coming on quite nicely. And this is the start of a brand new sci-fi zone that's going to take over this corner of the park. Now my plan is to have the dark ride building over here, which is why I've left this space empty. The entrance to which we'll probably have around this way. So you kind of come around this corner into a big hidden facade in this back corner just here. So there's quite a bit of space. There is room for a coaster. So that's potentially what we might do. But I'm open to suggestions, as I mentioned before. So if you've got any ideas what you want this space to become in the sort of sci-fi theme, then do let me know. And then obviously this can expand out into this little corner here. Eventually we might look into completely circling out this park, because there is still a bit of space. We could go around the back here and bring it round into one massive loop. That is something we might do eventually. It depends how far we get into this build, but this corner, like I say, over here is coming on quite nicely now, and you can sort of see with the terrain the different themes that we've got going on in this park, and that's what I want it to be. So we need some ideas for the type of movies that will be in here. And that's something you guys can help me with down in the comments. But generally this is going to be sci-fi movies area. Like I said, we've got the one flat ride, and the rest of it we do want a big dark ride or coaster in this corner here. So today we're going to do a little bit more work on our sci-fi area, which we started in the last episode. So if you didn't see that episode and want to see how we put all this together, then check back the playlist and you can watch all the videos up until this point. So if this is the kind of content you like, theme park, simulation games, sci-fi, pipes and steam, I don't know, consider subscribing to the channel, and don't forget to give this video a big like down below if you have enjoyed it. So on today's video, thank you ever so much for all the comments from the last one and all the suggestions for this sci-fi area. There's some really good suggestions and some that I am going to take on board. So just to fill you in on the plan, this is the sci-fi area just here, and it's sort of just beyond the horror area, which I am going to finish this ride eventually, I promise. So yeah, this is the sci-fi zone just over here. Now the plan is there's going to be a big dark ride or indoor coaster here. A lot of people wanted a kind of Space Mountain style roller coaster. That's a potential option actually. I think that's something we can do quite easily in this space, and just put it in a nice sort of building, maybe a big facade in front of it, or just a big theme building could work. So yeah, I really like that idea. Another thing that someone mentioned actually, which I'm sort of toying with the idea of, I think I might even do in today's video, is a kind of stunt show or like a fire and light show. I really like that idea. So I think that's something we might build over this side here, like a little stadium or something, with some kind of like a sci-fi stunt show. We can sort of theme it up like the inside of a space station or something. So I don't know. I really like the idea of that. So thank you for all the suggestions. Like I said, I really love the fact that you guys get involved and suggest stuff for these parks. I really do like it. So I think we might make a start on this today, and potentially the building for this, or maybe put. Should we do a coaster? Yeah, maybe we do a coaster. I think that's something. Yeah, let's do a coaster. Let's do a Space Mountain style coaster. Right, we've decided. So thank you for all the suggestions. That's what we're going to put here. So we might put in the actual layout, and then we might make a start on this kind of thing here if we get time. But we'll see how we get on. So let's jump into a time lapse and start putting some stuff together. Okay guys, so the coaster itself is in. I've had a little bit of building around the station, and I've just started theming it up a little bit. So I'll just talk through roughly what I wanted to get, what I wanted to achieve with this ride. So I'm taking inspiration from Space Mountain, but also Crusher's Coaster at Disneyland Paris. So if anybody who is unaware of Crusher's Coaster, it is essentially a spinning coaster inside a building that has this very small little outdoor section at the front of the ride. Now I wanted to have this very, very small outdoor sweeping section just here after the station before it goes into the lift hill. And like I say, just taking a little bit of inspiration from that, and I think it works quite well around this sort of cannon feature here. So in terms of the actual ride itself, if we jump into the station, I've started work on a little bit of the theming. So this is Spaceport 775, and generally it is just a spaceport launch kind of theme, very generic sci-fi. So you head straight down this way, quite an open station. I want to keep this nice and open feel. Around this corner into the launch section, which takes you outside into that little bit we've just seen. So very basic, just some lighting and sort of random sci-fi props. Still a little bit of work to do in here, but generally you can see the sort of angle that I'm going for. Then onto the actual coaster itself. Very sort of sweeping layout. It's quite spaced out, as you might notice, but there are going to be bits of theming here and there. Most of it will be sort of in the dark, just sort of Starfield, but I'm going to put a sort of theming feature in this circular section here, maybe something at the bottom of this drop, and then this slow section at the end is going to have a small indoor themed section just into this lift hill and then back into the station. So sort of this area and this area are going to remain relatively in the dark, but with a few sporadic little bits of theming here and there. And I'm going to put it all in one big building that's going to go around this sort of section here, and then it's going to sort of cover this corner of the park. So that's generally how I've done it. I've left a little bit of space here because I'm thinking we could put another ride in actually. So yes, we've got this sort of Space Mountain-esque coaster at the back. The entrance that I'm going to build around this way, and you're sort of going to come into it here. But yeah, I think we could probably do another ride here. So if you've got any suggestions, let me know. I'm not sure what yet. Maybe some kind of dark ride again, but I don't know. They're very time-consuming dark rides, so I'm not sure. We'll think about it. So they've got a lot of space here. I haven't had a chance to start on the show venue, but I am going to go ahead with that here, and that's something we'll pick up in a future episode. Yeah, I think we'll do it as a stunt show. That's what I think I will probably try and do. A big facade, some random props, and some of the stunt pieces from studios I think will work quite well. So that's what we'll put here. Okay, so let's do a very quick POV of the coaster so far, just so you can see the general layout. It's not amazing, but obviously once we get the once I get the theming in, it will definitely look a lot better. So let's have a little POV just showing you the layout so far. Okay, so there we go. That's a quick look at the ride. Obviously, this is going to be indoors, it's going to be in the dark, and there's going to be a lot of theming around. This is Clapboard Studios, our movie studio park, and we are continuing on today with our sci-fi coaster. So before we get into today's video, if this is the kind of stuff you like, so theme park, simulation games, Planet Coaster, please consider subscribing to the channel, and don't forget to give this video a big like. We've also got a brand new Discord server that we recently started a couple of weeks ago. So if you'd like to get involved, have a chat, then you can find the link down below in the description. I'd love to see you guys jumping into there so we can have a good chat and have a big community collaboration. So yeah, if that's something you're interested in, have a look in the description. So on to today's video. So we are continuing on with our sci-fi roller coaster. Now, this coaster is heavily inspired by Space Mountain at Disney, and also taking inspiration from Crusher's coaster at Disneyland Paris. Now, merging those two together, we've ended up with a spinning coaster with a slight little outdoor section at the beginning, as you can just see here, and then the inside of it is going to be pretty much a dark coaster. Now, what we are doing in today's episode, as you can just see, the first little bit of footage just here, we have put a little bit of theming on the outside of the building, very, very much sort of higgledy-piggledy kind of sci-fi theming just on the outside. You're not really going to see this building very close up at all. The only time you're really going to see it is when you're in the queue line and just approaching the entrance to the station, because it's set back quite away from the path. So it doesn't need to be too detailed, but we are going to add a bit more to it as we go along. But for now, the outside is pretty much there. We've just added a little bit of work here on the rocks, again to give it a kind of really barren sci-fi feel. Like I do want this to feel like it is a spaceport, and I know it doesn't make sense in any kind of situation in life that you'd be entering a spaceport if you're in space. It doesn't make sense. I know. Don't worry, it's not meant to make sense. But yeah, that's just what we are. So what we're doing here is just adding the actual show building to the ride. So in this episode, the entire building gets finished. We cap it off and we put in the roof. When I say finished, I mean structurally it's finished. In terms of the theming, we've still got a bit more work to do. But yeah, we get the building in. We also put in the launch. Well, we start work on the launch sequence. Obviously, this ride hasn't got an actual launch, as in a physical launch that propels the train, but in the terms of the storyline, and this is where I'm taking inspiration from Space Mountain, the lift hill is going to act as the sort of launch into space. So you'll see what we do. We make a transition from the spaceport, which is where the station is, and which is where pretty much the building from the outside is set. Up the lift hill, we had some light sequences, which took me quite a while, but you'll see that a bit later on. So I've basically staged loads of lighting up the side of the walls on the lift hill, and then staggered the lights up it. So it's in sequence. It looks like it's a trail. You'll see what I mean in the end. And then we add the slow section at the top of the lift hill before you go into the first drop. Becomes full of star cloths and just the Star War pieces to give the impression that you are just entered the space atmosphere, floating around the space before you take the plunge down into the drop. That's pretty much what we get done today. Obviously, it's a very tedious story, but like I say, if it works for Disney, it works for Space Mountain, it'll work for us here in this mythical park that we are creating. And that's generally what we are doing with it. So I just really want to say thank you for everybody who's getting involved in the series. As always, thank you for your input. I do take everything on board. A few people have mentioned they want to see another sci-fi dark ride in this area, utilising maybe the Robo-Arm dark ride. I can't remember what it's called in the game, but I might look into it because I've never actually used that ride before, so that is potentially something we could do, and to do a sort of smaller dark ride, so a bit like the studio tour that we did at the very start of this park, where it's just sort of a very simple layout, looking at some simple scenes. We potentially could put something in with that using more billboards than actual physical theming. But the reason why I'm reluctant, as anybody who has watched much content in this game or has played much of this game, dark rides are a pain in the arse. They take absolutely ages, especially ones where you're doing like actual themed scenes. They are a pain, which is why most of this ride is going to just be black walls. But it's something we might look into. Quite a few people have asked for it, so potentially, I would say it's not a no, it's not a yes. We will maybe look into it because I've got quite a lot of space in this sci-fi area. And to be fair, movie parks generally are more indoor dark ride based, so I think it's more than likely we will do that at some point. My mindset for it is going to be a cross between Harry Potter, obviously that uses the Robo-Arm, and maybe like Transformers, so a very Universal Studio style ride using a lot of screens as well as physical sets. I think that's generally the angle we're going to go down. And so here, as I've mentioned before, I'm just putting in the little launch sequence. It's very basic, but again, this ride isn't going to be too in-depth. It's mainly about the coaster with a very tedious link to space, and that's what I'm going for. So there's a slow launch airlock which leads through this door into the actual launch sequence, which is what I was just talking about a few minutes ago with the lift hill. And you'll see here the very slow, tedious process in a second of putting in the sequence for the lights up the lift hill. It was one of those ideas I had. I thought, oh, this will look really cool. But it took ages, absolutely ages. And it doesn't even give that much of a good effect. But, you know, well, that's Planet Coaster for you. You've got to put in the time to see the sort of very basic seconds worth of animation that comes out of it. But that's just how it is. So I was toying around with a few of these lights, and this is what I decided upon. So like I said, these spotlights are going up the side of the lift hill. I had a little trouble saving, so just ignore this. So yeah, I spaced these out pretty much equidistant to each other all the way up the lift hill, and then I sequenced them out so it trails and follows. Well, I say follows the train. It's not actually linked to the track, but it's just a continuous loop of lights. And like I said, it was tedious. Halfway up, I got completely confused with which light I was doing, and it ruined everything, but I got there in the end. It's fine. It probably took me about 10 minutes, so I say it took ages. It's not that much in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, it turns out okay. In terms of the actual rest of the ride itself, most of it is going to just be in the dark, so most of that will probably be using the star walls to just cover up the show building. Again, just doing the top of this lift hill section you'll see in a couple of minutes took ages to get just the black walls on there, so that's going to be a job which we'll do off camera, or if I do time lapse it will be a very sped up version, like 1,000 times speed up or something, so just so you're not watching 25 minutes of black walls being plastered everywhere. And because this whole episode, to be honest, is quite tedious to watch, which is why I thought I'd do why I talk to you guys today, a bit like we do in our Hysteria Peer videos, because there's not much going on in the actual footage itself, so I thought I'd give you some commentary so you can sort of get my mindset of what we're doing. So the light sequence, you can sort of, it's not really easy to see in the time lapse, but you'll see it at the end. It just follows the train up the hill. The idea for this is the top of the lift hill, you are going to see space as you're going up the hill. So the idea for that is, it's like you're in the space station that's already in space, okay? You're going up the lift hill as like a launch, and then it's leaving the space station and entering the atmosphere of space. Does that make sense? Probably doesn't, I don't know. But this is what my plan is. So yeah, the top of the lift hill is essentially a window out of the space station into the actual space atmosphere. That's the plan we're going for. Now, obviously, it doesn't work very well with the 2D texture that is on the star cloths. So you'll see a bit later on, we do add some smoke either side of the opening to kind of disguise the sort of edge of the star cloths, really. And it kind of works. It gives a alright effect. And it's kind of what I was going for, and then add sort of a little bit of theming around the edge of it to give the impression that it's like a doorway, like a window, an opening in the side of the space station. And that's kind of what I'm going for. Again, it's very similar to Space Mountain as it is going up the hill, and I'm basing this mainly on, and I think it's the one in Magic Kingdom, where you go up the lift hill and you've got the sort of like a rocket above you, and then as you get to the top of the lift hill you are in the space. In space, not the space. Very different to the one in Disneyland Paris, where it's like a launch up into space in a cannon. I'm not going for that angle. It's more the Magic Kingdom version. But again, it's my own storyline, it's my own take on it, it's not a copy, because ultimately this is a Studios park, so this ride has to be based on a movie. Most of the stuff in this park, if you've been following the series, is based on made up movies that I've just come up with names for, as I didn't want it to be really linked to anything in the real world. I wanted it to be very fantasy. The only things in this park that are linked to actual movies are Back to the Future, and that's only because we've got the DLC in the game. But everything else in this park is its sort of its own IP, so to speak, that I've come up with. So this ride is going to be exactly the same as well. What that ride is, name for that movie is yet, I'm not sure at the moment. As a placeholder name, we've gone for Spaceport 775. That's the name of the actual spaceport where the ride station is. But I still need to link it and name it to some kind of movie. So if you've got any suggestions of what you think this ride would be could be called, please drop them down in the comments below. There have been a few suggestions, so thank you. Keep them coming, and I will pick one probably in the next episode, and we'll get this thing named. And like I said, mainly in the next one, it will be doing the rest of the ride's black wall, like you can see just here, to give it a space feel before it comes back into the station. As generally, it's going to be quite a dark ride. There'll be little bits of theming here and there around the ride itself, but not much. Anyway, guys, that's it for today's time lapse. Here are a few little glamour shots showing you what we've done today. So thank you guys ever so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give us a like down below. Subscribe if you've not done so already. And if you've got any queries, questions, comments or suggestions, as always, drop those down below. And don't forget to check out the link to our Discord server. The link is down below in the description. Now, this is a part that's been going on for an absolute age ever since the Studios pack was released all those many months ago. So if anybody new to the channel, new to this park, this is how it looks so far. There is a full walkthrough available here on the channel from quite recently, so if you do want to check that out, please do. And also, if this is the kind of stuff you are interested in and you do want to enjoy this video, don't forget to give us a like down below and also subscribe to the channel. And so at the moment, this park consists of quite a number of rides. Dark ride over here, a backlot tour that takes up this whole middle section here, an indoor launch coaster there, go-karts, and there is a themed rapids at the back just over there. Now over this side we've got a haunted attraction, which is still to be complete. We've been working on this one for quite a while, but it's still to be complete at some point. It uses the drop towers, that's the Tower of Terror style drop towers. We'll get back to it. They're just, it's a lot of work, but I'll get back to that at some point. Over here we have our Spinferno, which is a flat ride, the only one in the park currently. And then we've been working on our sci-fi area, which is just over here, which is still under construction. We've got the entranceway just here, the queue line. There's one, oh, there is another flat ride. I do apologise. Is the other flat ride? I forgot. Which is X-Scope. What do we call it? Space Adventure. That's that. And then to the back over here, we've got another indoor coaster. Which is kind of it's a spinning coaster. The idea for this ride is a cross between Space Mountain and Crusher's Coaster. So it's an indoor themed-ish experience. But yeah, that's generally where we are up to with this park. So in today's episode, I'm going to do a little bit more work on this sci-fi area, a bit more work to the station. What I want to do is theme this station up a bit. Well, theme the building up a bit, but also put a bit of trees here. As this kind of bit where I'm stood right now is still technically in our horror area. So I want to make sure the sight lines work from all angles, so this is not visible. And that's something I'm going to work on today. Theme up this building so when you're actually stood inside this area, so here, for example, it will fit, and actually from this angle, make it look like it's part of the landscape. That's the plan. And that's what we're going to work on today. This ride's broken down, never mind. And then we might do a little bit of work inside the ride as well. So it's all about the sci-fi today, before we continue expanding out this park, because we've still got a hell of a lot of space, all this back space here. So there's still quite a bit to do. Now, obviously, this park is very much there's a lot of billboards, there's a lot of animatronics, there's a lot of movement. So yeah, it's starting to lag a little bit at the moment, but we'll just keep going until I physically can't go anymore. So let's go into a time lapse, and yeah, I'll start putting some bits in for the sci-fi area.
Right, so we've done a little bit of work today on the sci-fi area, and we've also named the new coaster Mission 77. Did a little bit of work on the queue line, still needs to be do a little bit more, but we've mainly just sort of capped off the area by adding the rock work behind there, so all the sight lines are pretty much covered. Down this way we've added a few new little buildings. We've got a couple of cash machines, rest area number 4, which is the toilets for the area, and then just a little bit further down a couple of supply stores, just doing some food and drink. Again, using some more of the rocks around the back just to sort of enclose this area off a little bit. Add a little bit of light theme into the building, just so from a distance it looks like it blends in with the area. And then just at this side over here, if we jump in, we've added a little bit of foliage, so as you're coming through this side, it pretty much blocks off the view from the show building. As soon as you get through these rocks is then when you sort of see the area. Now from this angle it kind of reminds me a lot of the building from the Jurassic Park ride. Completely unintentional, but that's what it reminds me of. So that's generally what we've done today. So the area is coming on a little bit better now. As you can see, it's sort of expanding up to this side. It's only going to be a very small area. Originally I had plans for a dark ride. This coaster is going to pretty much be the only one in this area. Now I know I've got all this space here. We're going to leave that for now. I might come back to something eventually, but for now that's going to stay as it is. And then this area is going to sort of cap off into its own little sci-fi zone. We'll put a bit more rock work around that way to cap it off, and then this path will lead into the next area of the park. So yeah, it's not going to be the biggest of areas, but it is its own sort of standalone area. And I want to get sci-fi in here, at least somewhere, because I've not really done a sci-fi area yet. So we still need to put a bit more of the rock work around the edge, and that's something we'll work on next time, just to bring it all together. I need to finish up the inside of the ride, a little bit more theming on this side of the wall, and like I said, sort out the rock work, and then we can start moving on to the next area. So if you've got any ideas or suggestions for other areas you'd like to see in this park, please let me know by giving us a comment down below. There's got all this space all over here, so if you've got any ideas where we can expand up into here, let me know.
Hello coaster friends, and welcome back to Pause Games. It's Adam here, and today we're back in Planet Coaster 1, specifically in our movie studios park, Clapboard Studios. Now if you go on to enjoy this video, don't forget to like down below and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all of the latest content. That content being Planet Coaster 1 stuff, as we just tie up some loose ends, and then look forward to Planet Coaster 2, which is launching later on this year. It is very exciting. So in this video today, we have gone back into our movie studios park, which we did take a little spotlight look at a few days ago. But this park was always so close to being finished. and it's kind of at the stage now where let's just tie it off, let's get it sorted out, let's finish it off, and that's what we're going to do in this video. So this is kind of going to count as the final part ever of the Movie Studios parks, Clapboard Studios. This is going to be the last one. At the end of this video, this park is done, it's finished, we're never coming back to it, it is done. So the first and main thing that we needed to do in this final episode was finish and sort out this big haunted house dark ride. Now, a bit of context for anyone that hasn't seen the original series of this, I mean, go back and watch it, there's like 30 odd videos of this park, but this ride here used to utilize the like the Tower of Terror lift dark ride system thing. We put it in when that was basically added to the game, but it's a really tricky ride system to use, and I put 2 of them in there, and I just never got it finished. I had to build it underground, and it was a whole palaver. So I ripped that out, that's gone, never seen that again. And in its place we're just putting a bog standard spooky dark ride. It's actually it's just the basic blueprint of the one that came with the spooky pack. So yeah, I know, cheating, blah blah blah, but it's just, I needed to get something in here, so it was in the building. So we sort out the pre-show, add a little outdoor kind of transitional scene here, because you kind of break through into the house, and then the wall into like an outdoor crypt is what we're going through into the queue line, which kind of makes sense in a few minutes when you see where we put the ride, as it's in the reality of the like if this was a real life ride, inside the show building, beyond that sort of queue area would be a fake outdoor scene, so that's why it's sort of like a crypt entrance. So this whole section you're looking at now, it would essentially be outdoors in terms of the ride, but it's within a big show building. It'll make more sense in a minute. So a little bit of terrain work just to put a bit of a berm in, because the other thing we add is actually a building I built years and years ago for, it was actually a competition that Frontier ran one Halloween, where people had to make a spooky restaurant type blueprint thing, and this is the one that I made. Never added it into a park, and I thought it was quite nice the way it sits up on a hill and it sort of fills in this little gap behind the show building, and it just caps off the little spooky area. So yeah, this one is a blueprint, but this is one I did make. I don't know if we ever did a video on it actually. I don't know if I just made it for the competition or not. I couldn't tell you, I have no idea. So anyway, back to the dark ride. So we put a little bit of a queue line in. I decided to make the entrance to the actual ride itself at the Blood Fest. I can't remember what it's called. What's it called? Blood Soap Manor? Yeah, at the sign at the here at the entrance. That's where the queue line starts. A little bit of a queue through this room, and then it takes you into what will become the outside, in inverted commas, area of the dark ride. So like I said, it is just the default Planet Coaster dark ride, and I know you could argue I'm being really lazy with this, but I just needed to get this finished. And like I said, this ride that was in here, I spent hours on. I think there's numerous episodes on the channel in the series of me trying to figure out the dark ride scenes, and it got, I don't know, about one of the 2 sides got maybe 90, that's not generous, 70% of the way to completion, but I couldn't be bothered to finish it off, so that's why that had gone, and this is gone in its place. Would it really fit in a Movie Studios park? Probably not. It should really be something movie themed, but you know, it's what it is. We need to get this part finished, so that's why this is here. So a little bit of work inside to make the walls work and make it all line up. We do put the roof and all that kind of good stuff on here to make sure it is in the dark, because it is a dark ride. We do a bit of a lighting pass, and that's kind of a theme actually for the second half of this video, is lighting, because it was the one bit of certain areas of this park which we never went back to finish. So I do an entire lighting pass of the entire park, which you'll see later on, and that's the sort of thing that ties everything up really and gets it finished. So in terms of the plans for this park moving forwards, I don't think there are any. I don't think it's really worth putting out on the workshop or anything like that. I don't think people would A, care, and B, it's got a lot of custom audio and blueprints and stuff in here, especially for the Back to the Future ride. So it's probably not really worth it. I mean, if anyone really specifically does want it, let me know, but I don't think I'm going to bother putting it on the workshop. I just wanted to cap this off. So not only have I got a park save file that's done and is no longer sort of just lingering in the background, because there's a lot of projects that I've started and never finished in this game, and this is one of them. So at least this sort of finishes that off, and also so I can actually put an end to the series here on the channel, because this park did actually do quite well on the channel. Got quite a lot of views, I think mainly because we built it when the movies DLC first came out, so it was sort of fresh off the back of that, really. So for anybody out there from 5, 6, going on 7 years ago, was a big fan of this park and was watching this series, there you go, it's finished. for those 2 people out there that might remember this, it is finished, and yeah, there we go, we can put it to bed. So anyway, back to the video. A few little bits of theme in here in the sort of the exit pathway. Again, this is all meant to be outside, so we're just utilising a little bit of this empty space to put some bushes and whatnot in. Again, like I said, to give the impression that you are outside, and then it escapes out of the show building into the rest of the area. So another little bit of lighting we do here, which we never finished as part of this ride, because we never finished the ride. So we just put some lighting on the outside of the building, around the queue, uplighting some of the trees. Very subtle, just to give it some sort of purple and green hues. And then we sort of backlight some of these turrets at the top. Again, very subtle, but from certain angles of the park, it looks quite nice and gives us a little bit of detail on the sort of soft edges of the building, because it is a very boxy building. I did contemplate earlier on, when I started this video, to completely rebuild it from scratch, but I thought, no, we'll just tweak it at the start, the entrance area way, because it looks grand, and we'll just assume that it's sort of based on, I don't know, a movie that's like a big hotel or something. I think that's what in the in-game story we'll go with, just for ease. And then we put some light theming around the back and the sides. We don't bother with the side near enough to the wall, because it wouldn't be in real life. They'd just be a facade. They wouldn't even bother. So there's a tiny little bit of realism we're putting in here. Again, I'm not going mad, because this park only had a few little bits of sort of staff places here and there. So that's what we do here. We put a little staff area in with a shutter. Imagine that's just where you get the ride cars in and out for maintenance. We put a little bit of foliage in to cover it up, but again, it's there. It's just an added tiny touch of realism, because it's always important, but I didn't want to really go around the entire park adding this sort of stuff. Maybe I should have done, I don't know, but we did for this ride anyway. A few more little bits of lighting in the actual ride itself, because there are quite a lot of dark scenes in this. Again, we go for like a purple theme for the first half of the ride, and then greens for the second half, which kind of fits with this little witch scene that's in there. And that is the dark ride, done and dusted. It's done, it's dusted, it's done and dusted, it's done. Did I mention it's done? It's done. So we're never coming back to that again. And finally, I can say, after 7 years, that building is complete. And it hasn't got a Tower of Terror ride system in it, because they are a pain in the arse to build. Yeah, so there we go, done. A little bit of light theming, like I mentioned, on the outdoors of the building. Nothing too spectacular, just a few little flourishes. Again, your eye isn't really drawn to this building in the path to the side of it, and this is just the exit, and you're kind of just walking alongside, and there's other bits and pieces to look at. So I think we can get away with it just being very lightly themed. That's certainly what we're going for anyway. So yeah, that is it. A few little bits of what's the word? Effects. That's the one. A few little bits of mist effect just to finish it off, and it's done. Okay, into the sci-fi area now. So we're just going to finish up a few bits here. We add some ambient music around the area. We hide some speakers around behind fences and in props and that sort of thing. This area which we are building, this berm here, originally was going to be the next expansion plot of the park. It was going to go around sort of behind where the backlot tour is and into a new theme. We're not doing that. We're just going to end it here. We're going to cap it off. 2 reasons. One, the game isn't running great on my current PC, and this park doesn't run great because we've got a lot of pieces in this park, from lighting and billboards and sound effects and all that kind of stuff. So I think adding in another area might push the limits a little bit too much before I upgrade the computer, which I am going to do before Planet Coaster 2 comes out, but I'm just still in the process of working that out. And the other thing is, the park is a bit of a weird layout. I kind of bottlenecked myself because I put the backlot tour in the middle, so it's very difficult to build around it in a full circle because it's massive, and we'd have to end up having this park at least double the size, which physically I haven't got the time to do, and it won't cope, it won't load if we do that, so and certainly won't record. So I made the executive decision to just end it there, and that's what we did in the sci-fi area. Over into the adventure area now, which is the final bit of the park that we need to finish up. We put in a full lighting pass of the area. We theme up the station because we never did. Very light, again, just some props around. We keep it open because I feel like it would be. Imagine in a real world, this would be a full turntable, outdoor turntable that you get in Rapids. Very rarely do you get them indoors. I think there are a few around Europe, in some European parks, that have maybe indoor turntables, but it's very rare. So yeah, imagine that's an outdoor one, little light theming, and that's what we do. We never went to a lighting pass on this first act of the ride, so that's what we're doing. A lot of torches, a few pinpoint spots on some of the theming. This is where we pick up the lighting from previously. I don't know why I only did half the ride, but we did. A few extra lanterns up here. I'm just fixing a bit of the terrain. As I mentioned in the spotlight video a few days ago, for whatever reason this terrain was all messed up, and yeah, I just wanted to fix that up, so that's what we do. A few more bits of lighting around here, and that basically brings us to the end of Clapboard Studios. After what, 7 years, it's good to finally say that's a wrap. It's done. So there we go. That is Clapboard Studios. It's finally finished after all these years, and here it is. A little bit of a fly through of the park, really, in all its glory. Now it is finished. So, like I said, I'm not going to put it up on the workshop. If anybody really, really wants it, let me know. I can always send it to you. But I don't think anyone will. But at least it's finished. Let me know down in the comments below what you think. And I know you'll probably all say, oh, that's a bit of a poor park. Yeah, I know. It was one of the first ones we did. There's better ones to come, which we'll probably finish off. Actually, on the subject of that, let's talk about that. There's a few dart rides we never finished off, which I'm tempted to go back into. So that might be an upcoming video soon, where we venture into some of the standalone rides, which we almost finished but never quite did. The other main park that I think we'll go back to was Hysteria Valley, which was sort of our main build, which we did alongside a lot of this stuff, but it was kind of the first main part we started building. We stopped it, we moved on to some other stuff, we did like the World Discovery Park, and then we never really went back to Hyperia Valley. Is it Hyperia? I always say Hyperia, but I think that might be wrong. So I keep saying Hyperia because of the roller coaster at Thorpe. Hysteria. It's Hysteria Valley. Oh my god. I can't even get the name of the park that I built right. Hysteria Valley. Damn you, Thorpe Park. Hysteria Valley is the park that I'm talking about. And that is the part we might go back into at some point. We haven't done a spotlight on that yet, because I did try and record it a few weeks ago and the footage came out terrible. So I might wait till I upgrade the computer for that. I'm currently sat next to my new CPU and I need to try and figure out a graphics card and all that stuff, because it's expensive, and as of right now I'm not monetized yet back on YouTube because we've been away for that long. So we'll see how we get on. We'll see. But anyway, that's the plan. We're going to go back into some other parks, get them finished, maybe add some actual new areas in, and sort of do something a bit more fun, a bit more exciting than just putting lights in and blueprints, which we've done here. So that's what we'll do in Hysteria Valley. which we'll go back to soon. So if you want to sort of, get up to date with that park, I mean, again, it's been many years, you can always head back, watch the previous episodes from that park. What I might do actually is I might make some new playlists of some of these old parks, but I think everything is kind of in one big Planet Coaster playlist, so I might make a specific Hysteria Valley playlist, which should, by the time this video is out, that should be there. So have a look in the description, hopefully there's a link to that. So watch that series, and fingers crossed, very soon we'll be back in there. I don't think we'll do that much stuff, maybe a couple of episodes, again, just to get it finished off. Like I said, I think I might build one new area in there, because there was a plot of land which we did earmark for expansion towards the end of that series, which when we look in the park in that video, you'll see we put a little fence up and a little teaser, so I think it's only fair that I at least finished that. So we'll put in a new theme, a new area, a new zone, and then cap off that, do a full pass of the park, make sure it's all finished, tart it up, add some fencing, that sort of thing, and yeah, get that as another thing ticked off the old list from Planet Coaster. So I think, like I said, moving forward, they're going to be the two main things we finish, is Hysteria Valley and a few of the standalone dark rides. Which ones, I'm not sure yet, but like I say, we'll do another video at some point soon to go through that. Right, so the last little bit on the screen here, we're just going through the last bit of the ride. So that was just a little fly through of what we've done here in this final episode, including the final lighting pass of the whole park. And here's a big overview of it. So this is it. This is Clapboard Studios. We're done. It's finished. We can tick it off, and finally it is done. And a park has been complete. I think this is the first park we've ever completed in Planet Coaster, which is really embarrassing to say, considering we had a 3-year break and we've been building this game for about 7 years. But it is what it is. Anyway, guys, that is going to do us for this video. Thank you ever so much for watching. If you've enjoyed this, give us a like down below. Subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with all the latest Planet Coaster 1 and 2 content, as there's going to be lots and lots and lots and lots coming over the next couple of weeks and months in the run-up to Planet Coaster 2 launching. Right, guys, thank you ever so much. See you in the next one. Bye bye.